Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have two things going on today. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where some of our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment, and we have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program, and they will walk our visitors through trying to make a simple glass object. I think we're all full up for today, but you can make appointments at the front desk or online for another day. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. We put up the glass furnace diagram. So if you look up at the big screen, you'll see that's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, they're called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. Dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, you dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then you dip it in a second time or a third time, and you just keep building up the glass in layers. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glass that's in our big furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms. We buy it in rods and chips, in powders. And then when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we coat it with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. We have a little video. We can show you how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So in the center, we're doing a repair. We have a contest here for kids. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. One of our pieces that we made for one of the kids has cracked, so we're going to try and fix it. So Ben in the center has the cactus figure. So we preheated that sculpture up in one of our electric kilns. Now we have it on the end of the rod. And now we're going to try and fix it. Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? So if you look up on the big screen, we have some examples of sculptures that we made from the kids' drawings. So each month we pick one drawing and we make two of them, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. So one of the ones that we made, this cactus figure, cracked, and so right now they've heated up again and they're trying to repair it. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up with a big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. So we're going to use that, we're going to torch it where the crack is and see if we can melt it together. Does anybody have any questions so far? Torch that he's using is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small part of the glass extra hot, extra quickly. We'll be making goblets. Once we get this sculpture fixed, the rest of the day we'll be making goblets similar to the ones that you see on the pedestal. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where visitors to the museum are trying glass blowing, and the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools are walking them through making a simple object. So the folks who are sitting at the bench, those are people who've never touched glass before. In the center is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, of very highly skilled professional glass blowers. So they're inspecting the sculpture to see if there's any other cracks. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So once we get this guy fixed, we'll place it in that oven over there and we'll cool it very slowly overnight. If you look to the right, you'll see one of the glass blowers is putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the sculpture to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly. She's going to put on some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it slowly overnight. So now Ben is taking that torch and heating up the connection between the sculpture and the metal rod. We're going to crimp that a little bit so we have a nice clean place to break it off. Does anybody have any questions? If you're here with kids, 12 and under, there's a table out in the lobby where they can do drawings and enter the contest. It's free, and once a month we'll pick a winner and make it. So in order to get the sculpture off the metal rod, we're going to take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. And into our annealing oven, we'll cool slowly over a day or so. We're going to shift gears here now. We're going to be making these fancy Italian-style goblets. We'll make them in pieces. Can we put up goblet anatomy? So when we're talking about the goblets, when we say this part that you drink out of is called the bowl, the part that holds it up is called the stem, and the part that sits on the table is called the foot. So when we make these goblets, we're going to make the bowls first. We'll probably make several bowls in a row. We'll place them in this oven over here called the garage. This will keep them warm. Then we'll make a stem and a foot, and we'll place the bowl on top. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And so since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style, and the designs that you see on the two pedestals are pretty much classical Venetian style goblins. So the man who's going to be leading our team today is Ben Cobb. He's a tall guy in the gray shirt on the left side of the studio. And he dipped his blowpipe into the molten glass. And we're going to blow the initial bubble to make the goblet bowl. We'll shape the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. When he feels like it's the right shape and temperature, he'll blow a little air into that steel tube, and magically, a little bubble will pop out the other end. If you look to the right of center, you'll see Jack in the black shirt and jeans. And he's getting some molten glass out of the furnace. And he's going to bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. We're making a design that's called mezzo stampo. It means half pressed. So we're going to make it's going to have a rib design, but the ribs are only going to go sort of a half to third way up the goblet bowl. We've added an extra dollop of glass to the bottom, and we're going to stuff that glass into a special mold. The mold is called the optic mold. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, it's a cast metal mold with ribs on the inside, and we'll stuff the bubble into the optic mold, and when it comes out, it'll have a rib texture on the sides. In this case of the mezzo stampo, the rib texture will only go about a third way up the bubble. Anybody got any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we have all the temperatures of our different pieces of equipment. The furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. The glory holes are the furnaces where you see the doors open. The annealer is that big black oven on each side of the studio. And the garage is this oven sitting in the middle of the studio with the curved side. So right now, Ben is pinching the ribs created by the optic mold, these ridges, to make them a little more prominent. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Yes. What? Well, we're working on the glass. It's essentially like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. So the work spins and you hold the tools against it. And so if you hold the tool steady and you spin it evenly, you get a round, even shape. Well, no, Ben, who's leading our team today, he's been blowing glass for 30 years. He's given glass demonstrations all over the world. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School. So you're looking at some serious glass blowers today. That's glass. Yes. All glass when it's really hot looks orange. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. She's gonna. She's heating up the tip of that rod. Hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip the pipes into the melted glass, we have to heat the tips up so the glass will stick to it. Just heating up the tip of that pipe. So if you look to the left, so oh, yeah. So you look to the left of the workbench, you'll see one of the glass blowers seated. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the steel tube and inflate the glass while Ben, sitting at this bench, shapes it. Okay, why doesn't the rod get hot? There's several things going on. It's kind of physics. The rod is very long, so it has a lot of surface area compared to its mass. So there's lots of places for the heat to escape. People think about a frying pan on the stove. When the handle gets hot, that handle is probably 9 or 10 inches long. This is 4.5 feet long. So a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Also, once you coat the end of that rod with glass, glass is an insulator, and so it's no longer exposed to the direct heat of the furnace. Now, they do get hot sometimes. When they do, we have a little gadget called a pipe cooler, where we can spray water on the metal pipe to cool it down. So over to the right, you see Jack in the black shirt and jeans. He's going to get a little dollop of molten glass out of the furnace. He'll bring it to Ben. Ben will wind it on. Get a second little dollop. We call this bringing a bit, B-I-T. So we got 2 bits. And we're going to shape that into a little spindle-shaped decoration called the avolio. A-V, you'll see right underneath all these bowls is a little spindle shape. That's called the avolio. So that's what he's making right now. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer the bowl of the goblet. Right now, it's attached like this to the pipe. We're going to grab it from here, break it off the pipe, and open that top up. So Sayuri in the black shirt and black jeans. She's coated the end of a steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. She'll bring it to Ben. We'll attach it. When they feel that's firm, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now the bowl is held from here. Where we broke it off, there's a little hole, and we're going to make that into a big hole so you can drink out of it. So now Ben's going to stretch out the glass at the top of the bowl. The glass at the top is always a little bit thick. And then we're going to cut that thick glass away. blows up a little bubble. Yes, and then it drops down, the mold closes around it, and then the compressed air blows and it fills out. Okay, well, there's thousands of recipes for glass. The kind of glass that we use, it's called soda lime glass, and it's three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And then the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We shovel them into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, all those chemicals melt together and make glass. Any sand anywhere will make glass. The whiter the sand is, the clearer the glass will be. A lot of common sand has a slight brownish tint to it. That brownish tint is the iron content, and that iron gives the glass a slightly green tint that you would see like in older Coke bottles, or when you break a piece of window glass and you see that green edge. That's from the iron in the sand. So right now, Ben is making the stem. You make the stem from the top down. Right now, he's blowing the little ridge ball at the top of the stem. Jack in the black shirt and jeans. He's the guy that's blowing as Ben shapes the glass. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks. It's a kind of multi-purpose tool for shaping. that hard. We'll dip it in again, get more glass around that, until we had all the glass we need to make the vase, and then blow it up like that. How to color the glass itself? You can really only color the glass itself when you first cook it up from scratch. So it's like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients together in your baker. The things that color glass what we do here is we buy colored glass, commercially colored glass, and if we're going to make a red vase, we buy a bar of red glass, and we blow a bubble of clear from our furnace, we heat up a chunk of the red, and then we coat that clear bubble with the red. For our team, we have guest artists. Right. All over the world. So right now we're doing what's called a blown foot. We've blown an additional bubble. We let it droop onto the stem, and then we cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat that teardrop up and cut that in half. And we'll bust off the pointy part. So that leaves us with a little sphere with a little hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will become the foot. This is called a blown foot, and it's very typical of Venetian-style glassmaking.
You have the sodium carbonate or the calcium carbonate in the glass.
Mhm.
Does it
the silicon, the calcium, and the sodium are bonded in a kind of sort of like a polymer. Silicon and oxygen form tetrahedral bond. Attached to the oxygen. The sodium and stuff is attached to the oxygen. But there's like one silicon atom, and then there's four oxygen atoms. That's silicon dioxide. Right. So that's like quartz. Yeah. By introducing the metal, it acts as a plus because the bond to the metal atom are weaker than the bond to the silver and oxygen. So they break them apart. Take less energy.
Or as it,
I could look it up. I mean, I could look up the molecular thing for you.
no, yeah, or even on that. I've never gotten good information about this. Flux materials that bring the temperature up and temperature down are present only in a few percent. So that means that take hundreds of silicas, we only have a handful of sodium carbonate in there. So how are they distributed so that they're felt throughout? How do they disperse the solid? Because this is exactly the same as what happens. That's never understood. So this guy's now kind of black. I've never satisfied myself why a few percent of the flux works.
Well, I mean,
so
there's probably about 15% of the total volume of the glass is the flux.
Well, 15% is a fair amount. Thank you.
Well, So we're going to take the bowl off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the garage. The garage, oh no, we're going to put it in the annealer. Oh, well, I lost track here, sorry. I was talking to one of the visitors. Oh, that was a finished cup. Yeah, probably, most probably. Uh, well, there's some that are entirely machine-made. Sometimes they're blown by people into molds, like a lot of the inexpensive glassware that comes from China is blown manually into a mold by a person. Some of them are, yeah. Some of the very cheapest ones are the machine-made ones. As you go a little bit more expensive, there might be people blowing into molds, and if you get them most expensive, would be the things made entirely by hand. Crystal is a type of glass. Yes, exactly the same. Crystal is just a fancy name for a certain type of glass that contains a certain amount of lead. It's not, glass blowers don't particularly value it. It's a retail thing where people think it's something fancy. It's not really a glass thing. To us, it's like chocolate or vanilla. But the worship of crystal is a retail thing, not an art glass blower thing. Oh yeah, yeah, we cook in there all the time. We make really good steak. Oh wow! It sears the outside and it holds the heat.
Oh, nice. Wow. How often do they do this? Is this a daily thing?
What, our demonstration?
Yeah.
Every day the museum is open, we have someone in here working. We work from generally from 10 to 1 and 2 to 5.
Okay. Oh, good. Yeah, I'd love to bring our grandsons here. Really.
Do you know about our contest for kids?
No.
Any kid that comes to museum 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the museum collection and one they get to take home.
Oh, wow.
Could we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video, show you what we've done with some of the kids.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age are not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or they're supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Do you guys have any questions? We add a little dab of color. Oh, no, sorry, that was a punty. Whoa. Come in the middle of these. So we're going to widen the opening at the top of the bowl, goblet bowl. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks, those big metal tongs. So today we're making goblets. You can see some examples of a variety of designs on our pedestal. We're adding a little glass to that bubble. We're making a kind of half-rib design called mezzo stampo. And it involves adding a little extra dollop of glass and then pressing it into a mold called the optic mold. And that creates a rib texture that goes a half to a third way up the bowl. Can we put up goblet anatomy? So if you look on that big screen, when I'm talking about the bowl, I'm talking about the hollow part that you drink out of. So now Ben is pinching the ribs. So we pressed it into the optic mold and it made a rib texture. And now we're pinching the ribs to make them more prominent. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Anybody have any questions? Generally, when we make these types of goblets, we make the bowls first. We'll make a couple of bowls, 2, 3 bowls, put them in that oven over there, keep them warm, and then we'll make the stem and the foot, and we'll pull a bowl out of the oven and stick it on top. Over on the right, we have a workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. Some of the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program are walking our visitors through making a simple object. To the right of the center, Jack in the black shirt and jeans. Let's bring a little molten glass to Ben at the workbench. We're going to wind on a little dollop of molten glass. We call that a bit, B-I-T. We're going to get a second bit. And Ben, in the gray shirt, will shape it into a little spindle-shaped decoration called the Avolio. Can we put up the glass anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. You'll see directly below the bowl is that little spindle shape called the Avolio. Now the bowl of the goblet is pretty much done. We'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in the big silver oven with the curved side called the garage. The garage will keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. What's the temperature in that oven compared to the furnaces over there? Is that
The silver oven with the curved side?
sorry?
The silver oven with the curved side?
Yeah.
It's 800 degrees on one side, 1,000 on the other.
Okay. And so they just put it where they wanted the oven to get to sort of
Well, we use it to keep things warm while we're working. If we want to store something for a long time, we put it on the cold side, and when we're just about to use it, we move it to the hot side and warm it up before it comes out into the cold air.
okay. So it's kind of working on other things.
Yeah, just keep stuff hot. If we're making something that has several parts, like these goblets, we'll make the bowl, put it in there, then we'll spend 10 minutes making the stem, and we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. So just keep stuff warm while we're working. I can't tell yet. Everything starts out looking the same. I think he's making another bowl. Jack is going over to our furnace. Jack to the right of center in the blue jeans and the black shirt. He's going to get some glass out of the furnace and bring it to Ben. We'll drop a big blob onto the bubble. We're going to heat that up, and then we're going to stuff the bubble into a mold called the optic mold. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So the optic mold is a cast metal mold. It has ribs on the inside, and we're going to stuff it in there, and the glass will come out ribbed. In this, we just added a little dollop of molten glass, and so only that part that we added will become ribbed. So when we finally blow this up to its full size and shape, the ribs will go about a third to a halfway up the bowl. So it'll be sort of like this. This is a technique known as mezzo stampo in America. In Italy, it's mezzo stampura. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. Nope. It's right, right on the floor. You just stabbed it in there, and that little blob that he added becomes ribbed. Not the whole bubble, but just the blob. We're talking about 16th century Venetian technology. That's where all this stuff comes from. Yep. We get burned like you might if you worked in a kitchen. So little annoying things, not medical things. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. People like to hear horror stories, but they really don't exist. It's really about the same as working in a kitchen. Real danger in this shop is none of the things that you would think. It's not getting cut, it's not getting burned, it's not breathing chemicals. It's the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe, from the weight being so far out at the end of that pole. There's a lot of stress on their wrists, elbows, old glass blowers that sometimes end up with carpal tunnel, things like that. So Jack, seated to the left, is blowing, as Ben, seated on the workbench itself, is shaping it. Round oven that we're heating it up in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So it's a brick barrel with gas burners in the side. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. These are employees.
But you also have visiting artists that come in and work here?
Yes, yes. About 30 or so over the course of a year.
And how many
putting a tiny dot of color. And it's a little detail. Covered the little dot with a little molten clear glass. Over on the right, we have a workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. If these are people who haven't blown glass ever before. We have a number of young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object such as a glass ornament. So now we've transferred the bowl from the rod it was originally on here. Now it's held from here. There's a little hole in the top. We're going to make it into a big hole so you can drink out. The colors in glass come from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. So now Ben's going to stretch out the glass at the top of the bowl. The glass at the top is always a little bit thick. And we'll take the shears and cut away that thick glass. Glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Does anybody have any questions? If you came in a little later, we're making goblets like you see on the pedestals. We make the bowls, the part you drink out of first. We place them in this oven over here, keep them warm. Then we'll build a stem and a foot, and we'll stick the bowl on top. Now the bowl is finished. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we'll place it in an oven called the garage. The garage is a silver oven with a curved side. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra and pull it out and then stick stuff together. Thanks for coming in, guys. So now, Ben in the center is making one of the stems. He's starting from the top of the stem down, and the top of this stem is a little ribbed ball, and that's what he's making. So we'll build the stems. We'll make the ribbed ball, then a little disc, then a solid straight part, another little disc, and then the foot. put a tiny dab of color on the bottom of the stem. You'll be able to see that when you turn the goblet over. Anybody have any questions? I see a lot of new faces, so give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machine where you see the doors closed. Can we put up a glass furnace diagram? Inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get a glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you could dip into a jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, you dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then you dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately. We buy it in various forms. We buy it in rods, in chips, in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with a layer of whatever colored glass we want the object to be. Now we're making the foot. We've added a second bubble, and we spread it out, and that will become the foot of the goblet, the part that sits on the table. So in the center, Ben in the black shirt, sitting down, has the foot and the stem. So that would be this part and this part. The bowls we made a little earlier, they're sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. And we're going to attach one of the bowls to the stem and the foot. Right now we can't do that because the stem is stuck to the metal pipe. So we're going to transfer the glass off the pipe it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold the goblet from the bottom, and then the top will be exposed. Then we can take a bowl and stick it on top. So Jack in the jeans and black shirt, center. He's heating up his bubble. He's going to bring it to Ben. Ben's going to stick it on. Oh, is that a solid? Sorry, I thought it was. So we're building the stem of the goblet. Does anybody have any questions? Add a little dot of colored glass on the base of the stem. So the next thing we're going to do is add the foot. Jack in the black shirt and jeans has blown another bubble. He's going to bring it over to Ben. He's going to hold it up in the air and let the bubble droop on. We'll cut it off in a big teardrop shape. And then we're going to heat that teardrop and cut that in half. This is called a blown foot. We call it a blown foot because we make it with a bubble, a hollow bubble. And it's a classic Venetian style foot. Give that bubble a little squeeze in the middle. And then we'll bust off the pointy part. That leaves us with a little sphere, a hollow sphere with a little hole in the end. We'll spread that out and it'll become the foot of the goblet. Not into that one where, you see where the young lady with the white t-shirt is? That's the glass furnace. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look on the big screen, that's what it looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 and under, they both can do a drawing once a month. We pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with entry forms and drawing materials. So now we have our stem and our foot. And we're going to transfer that to another rod called the punty. Sayuri in the black shirt, just to the left of center, is preparing the punty. She's coating the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. And we'll stick it on to the bottom, and we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So we've attached the punty, and now we break it off the other pipe. Earlier this morning, we've made some of these bowls, the parts you drink out of. They're sitting in that oven over there called the garage, staying warm. And now we're going to fish one out and stick it on top of that stem. The assembly happens rather quickly. Then we'll sit down at the workbench. One of the other glass blowers will come over with a tiny little dab of molten glass, put it on top of the stem, and then followed quickly by Jack with the bowl. Here comes Sayuri with a little dollop of molten glass, followed by Jack with the bowl of the goblet. The little dab of molten glass will glue the two parts together. A little tap will remove the steel rod, and our goblet is assembled. We'll heat that up a couple of more times. Just check to make sure everything's on there nice and straight. And then we'll put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight to prevent it from breaking. Has anybody got any questions? Nope. The steel is a much higher temperature material than glass. So all the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of bars called color bar. Can we put up color bar photo? When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our big furnace. We heat up a chunk of this colored bar, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. Can we play color overlay? I'll show you how we do that.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color, sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So while you're here, don't forget to check out our exhibits. We have a lot of really cool exhibits right now. We have the Nancy Callan exhibit. Nancy does some very unusual and innovative things with cane. Cane is rods of colored glass, makes stripes, and she has her own very unique approach. We have our Field Notes exhibition, where we see glass rendered objects in nature, rendered with flowers, insects, and the like. And then we have the Bree Chesler exhibition, where you see some kind of wild mixed media objects. So we're making goblets today, and we have a team: Ben Cobb, the man, tall guy in the black shirt and gray shorts; Jack Spitzer in the black shirt and jeans; and Sayori Fukuda in the black shirt and black pants. These guys are all extremely talented glass blowers. They're working for the museum today. So right now they're making the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Jack, seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the workbench, Ben Cobb, shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows while the other person shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we all pretty much blow in the Venetian style. Anybody have any questions? Well, it was kind of hippie, self-taught hippie glass blowing. Yeah, it was when the Venetian master Lino Tagliapietri came here. He described American glass blowing as working with a wood chisel by holding the blade in your hand and pounding on the wood with the handle. Do you guys have any questions? Yep. How much time they have, whether you take the glass out? Probably from a minute to 2 minutes. It depends on how thick it is. The thicker it is, the longer it holds the heat and stays soft. Very little time, really. You watch them. They're back and forth, back and forth. So now we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. We broke it off the pipe. Pipe was attached here. We broke it off. There's a little hole here, and we're going to make it into a big hole so you can drink out of it. Now we're heating up the front end of that bubble. We're going to widen it by pressing against the inside of that opening with a tool called the jacks, those big metal tongs. Does anybody have any questions? That's a workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. So it's people who never blew glass before, and they're guided by some young artists from the local high school art program. What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The students that are working at are teaching in our workshop are from the Hilltop Artist Program, which is at the new Hilltop Heritage and Silas High Schools. Yeah. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 1250 Celsius. So as we finish the bowl, we'll knock it off onto that little tray, and we'll place it in the garage, that silver oven with the curved side. That oven will keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet itself. Dan has dipped his pipe into the tank of molten glass. He's going to blow a little air into the steel tube, and a little bubble will pop out the opposite end. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the big workbench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions?
What's the difference between glass and a
glass. They're both glass. Crystal is a type of glass that contains between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass denser, and because it's denser, it bends light a little more, and it's a little more sparkly.
Yeah, okay.
So Jack, see to the left, is blowing as Ben shapes the glass using those big metal tongs called the jacks. Working with glass is very similar to working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins. Jack is bringing over what we call a bit. We'll wind on a little dollop of molten glass. We're going to bring a second one, do the same thing, and then we're going to form those two little bits into a little spindle-shaped decoration called the avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. So if you look at these goblets here, you can see the avolios right underneath the bowl. Yeah. Nope. We're transferring the bowl to a second steel rod called the punty. So it was attached originally here. We're grabbing it from here, and we're going to open the top up. We're trimming off some of the thick glass at the top of that bubble. When we make goblets, We like to have a nice thin edge at the very top so it's pleasant to drink out. So we stretch the glass out a little bit and then trim it off. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? So we're widening that opening at the top where you're going to drink. We're holding the wooden paddle across the top. Make sure the top of the bowl is nice and flat. So we're done shaping this bowl. We're going to take it off the metal rod and place it in this oven over here. This is the garage. It'll keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. If you came in a little later, we're making goblets very similar to the ones that you see on that pedestal. The part that we just made was the bowl of the goblet. You guys have any questions? You guys have any questions? You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, you pick one of the drawings and you make whatever the kid drew out of glass. You make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection.
That's really cool.
It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So all you have to do is go there, do your drawing, fill out the entry form, and if we pick it, your drawing, we'll call you up, let you know where we're going to make it, and bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you.
Oh, that's fun. You draw something and be entered into a contest once a month or something. Yeah, but I'm for all the nonsense.
Right now, we're making the stem of the goblet, the part that holds up the bowl. This is the stem. We're starting out making this little optic ball with the little ridges. Wind on a little molten glass and make a little disc underneath the optic ball. Over on the workbench on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where some of our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. We're all full up for today, I believe. But the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program walk our visitors through making a simple object. Dab on a little colored dot on the base of the stem. Anybody have any questions? If they're clear, we can recycle them. If they're colored, we can't. Next thing we're going to do is make the foot. The foot is this part here. We're making what's called the blown foot. So we'll make an additional bubble. Jack in the black shirt and the jeans. Oh. Yep. All homemade, fresh from the oven. We're watching it happen right now.
Are the rings around those kind of drinking glasses, are those put on after? Or are they,
No, they're put on while they're hot.
well, I mean, are they formed when they're forming the main glass section, the cup section?
No, we blow the body and then we put on the little stripes. Well, while we're working, not after the. So they're spreading out that bubble. And that's the foot.
So do they rotate making pieces, or do you always kind of mix it and they help them?
It's not always him. Do you guys back there have any questions? Yes. Glass blowing is a team sport. You mean like without glass? No.
So they just follow each other. You're going to learn it. You just hang around and watch.
No. I don't know. You've lost me. Usually they start out as assistants, so they'll do things like open and close the door of the furnace, sweep up, and then, as time goes on, they do just sort of minor assisting things, then more complicated until they learn, until they develop their skills. Nope. Glass is like wax. When you get it hot, it gets soft. Cool, it gets hard. Hot, it gets soft again. It depends on how thick it is, but generally between, I would say, a minute, 2 minutes. Yeah, watch. I mean, you can watch how many times he goes back and forth. Natural gas. There are electric ovens, but we don't have one. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are only on during the working day. Then there's the glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass. Those are on 24/7. Well, I mean, there's about 1,000,000 ways to color something. Generally, if we're going to make a blue vase, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a chunk of blue glass and then coat that initial bubble with a layer of the blue glass. We're getting ready to assemble this goblet. Here we go. Ben will sit down at the workbench. So he'll come over with a little dab of molten glass, followed by Jack with the bowl. That little tiny molten glass bit will glue the two parts together, and our goblet is assembled. holding the goblet. Oh, it was a steel rod called the punty, Punty. It was attached on the inside. It was attached in here. Yes. We make a temporary connection there, and then we tap on the pipe. It comes off. So we're going to just heat it up once or twice, make sure everything's on there nice and straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it out off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. The annealer is that big black oven over on your left. By cooking the glass. So into our annealer, where it would be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Jack Spitzer, and Sayuri Fukuda. We get rid of the air bubbles by cooking the glass overnight, and the longer we cook it, the more the bubbles rise and pop. If we see a bubble in there that we don't like while we're making it, we can grab it out, snip it off. If we add bubbles, there's two different ways to do that. If we want it just random bubbly, we use baking soda. Can we put up the baking soda drawing? See if we can get you an illustration here. There we go. So we take the bubble and we immerse it very quickly in a solution of baking soda and water. The water evaporates. It leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface. And then when we dip it in the molten glass again, the baking soda gases up and creates the bubbles.
That was pretty good. Who's running your AV?
Chris.
That was pretty quick.
We do this stuff all the time, so. Same way, same sort of thing. We immerse, it was no baking soda, just plain water. We immerse it in the water, and we keep it there just for a little bit till the surface starts to crack, and then we put it back in the glory hole, heat it up, and so it doesn't crack all the way through. It heals the cracks, but you get a crackle surface. Because everybody left, this must be lunch. So we'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch. Have
a good lunch.
Thank you. See you guys. Take care. Thanks for coming in. Hi everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we're making fancy goblets. Well, we actually have two things going on today. Over on the right, we have a little workshop for our visitors where they get to try glass blowing. And the young artists from the Hilltop Artist program in the Tacoma Public Schools are walking some of our visitors through making Christmas ornaments. So we do this by appointment. You can sign up at the front desk. We're all full up today, but you can make appointments for times in the future. I think we'll also, we're going to be open this week on Monday and Tuesday, which we're usually not. So that, I think we're going to have hands-on glass blowing during those days. So, just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's one on each side of the studio. Can we put up a glass furnace diagram? So if you look up at the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip them in, twirl them around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. Can we put up the color bar photo? If you look up on the screen, we have a picture. So we buy the colored glass in the form of those bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, and then we coat that original bubble with a layer of whatever colored glass, whatever color we want the object to be. So we have a little video. We can show you how we apply the colored glass. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we work with the color in this fashion is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnaces with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we color each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So in the center bench, we're going to be making these goblets, these Italian-style goblets. We make them in parts. We'll make the bowls of the goblets, the parts you drink out of. We'll make those first. We place them in this oven over here called the garage, keep them warm. Then we make the stems and the foot, and then we pull a bowl out of the garage and stick it on top. So right now, Ben, the tall guy in the black shirt, is making the stem of a goblet. Does anybody have any questions so far? The glass itself is made out of, oh yes, sorry. You can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. Folks working at the center bench are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have Ben Cobb, who's the head of our glass shops, sitting at the center workbench. We have Jack Spitzer, who's coming over bringing Ben some glass, and Sayuri Fukuda, who's standing by the furnace. Glass blowing is a team sport. We hardly ever work alone. It's possible to work alone, but it's very limiting. You can do it much better, faster, and more variety if you work in a team. So now Sayuri is coming over with a little dollop of molten glass. We call this a bit. Ben winds it on. Over to the right of center, that's Jack in the black shirt and jeans. And he's making another bubble, and this bubble is going to be used for the foot. We're making what's called a blown foot. It's a classic Venetian-style foot. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work almost exactly the way they work in Venice because we've learned from Venetian masters. So we're going to drop that bubble on and cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. Give it a little squeeze. And then we'll bust off the pointy part. So that leaves us with a little sphere with a little hole in the end. We'll flare that out, and that will become the foot of the goblet, the part that sits on the table. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody wants to take any photos or videos? We highly encourage it. Put it on Facebook, make us famous. So there's no flashes, but other than that, film to your heart's delight. Yes. What's the minimum temperature they can work the glass at? It's kind of hard to say. When glass comes fresh out of the furnace, it's 2,100 degrees. It starts to drop rapidly. I'd say we could work down to maybe 1,300. The idea, we want to work it as hot as possible, so we're not like looking for miniature minimum temperatures. You know what I'm saying? If you work too cold, it becomes very difficult. It's possible to move the glass, but it becomes very difficult. Yeah, you want it hot and soft, and make it easy to move around and shape. Yeah, there. Yes, sir. What kind of safety equipment? Very little. We ask the glass blowers to wear glasses, to wear cotton clothing because polyester will melt, and closed-toed shoes, and that's about it. We have a very good safety record. We've been open for about 22 years, and I think there's only been one trip to the emergency room, and that was not a glass thing. That was a slip and fall. The danger in this glass shop are none of the things that you would expect. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries. The constant turning of the pipe. Old glass blowers sometimes end up with carpal tunnel or tennis elbow or things like that. Yeah. How much time do you have to work with the glass? Oh, how much time do you have to work? It depends on how thick the glass is, because the thicker it is, the longer it holds the heat. But I would say between a minute or 2 minutes, where the glass is soft enough to move easily. Ben's been blowing glass for 30 years. He's very, very good. What?
You can repeat the question if you want. Just practice.
Yes. Okay, if you wanted to learn how to blow glass, where would you go? Well, here in Tacoma, there's a program in the public schools. You can start in middle school and go on through high school learning to blow glass in the regular public schools. There's also several studios here in Tacoma that give classes. There's probably, I don't know, half a dozen studios that give classes in Seattle, and there's about 50 art colleges across the nation that have glass blowing. The other way to learn is obviously at work. Some people just get a job in a glass shop and learn at work. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. We'll sell them. Yes. Mini glory holes. Oh, the big silver box with the curved side? That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It keeps things hot while we're working. So, for instance, while we're making these goblets, we'll blow the bowl of the goblet, put it in the garage, it'll stay warm. We'll build the stem and the foot, and then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. Yeah. How many people come a day to make work? You mean this thing? I don't know. They go through them every half hour or something. No, we only have it on certain days. We only have you have to check with the website or with the front desk to see if we're having the the hands-on glass blowing. We can make them different or we can make them the same. It just depends on what you want to do. Yeah, we can make sets of them these guys are extremely good. They basically what they'll do is they'll eyeball it and then they'll take a pair of calipers, measure it, then make whatever adjustments need to be adjusted. So we'll take a measurement, say, of the height and the width of this stem, and then we'll make it kind of like that, and then make whatever adjustments are necessary to make it match. Oh, yeah, hi. How do they make the upper part of the goblet? They blow a bubble of glass, like just blowing up a balloon, and they grab it by the fat end, and then they break it off the pipe and then spread out the opening. Yep. So now Ben has pressed the bubble into a mold called the optic mold. The optic mold, can we put up the optic mold drawing? So the optic molds are cast metal molds that have ridges on the inside. We stuff the bubble into the optic mold and blow, and we come out, the bubble has a ridged texture. So it has this ridged texture, but we can take that and we can twist it and we just take take that same optic molded piece and twist it, and we can make the ridges spiral around. So right now, Ben, in the center, is making another bowl, a goblet bowl. We put up the goblet anatomy. So when I say the bowl, that's what I mean by bowl. He's making a design that's called mezzostampo. It means half stamped. And so we're making the ridges, but the ridges will only go like halfway up the bowl. It's another yet very classical Venetian design, and it's based on metalworking, some chased metal bowls that were made with ribs that are hammered out. Yes. Well, the two of the people working on our team today are part-timers, and they work at other places. Ben, who's leading our team today, he works here full-time. Is that your question? Did I misunderstand it? Oh, all these guys who are working on the team, they're artists in their own right, and they have their own artistic careers outside of the museum. What you're seeing today is their day job. Can we put up some of Ben's work up on the big screen? Ben Cobb, he's leading our team today. So these are some artworks by Benjamin Cobb. Ben has been working glass for 30 years. He's given glass demonstrations all over the world. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School and many other schools around the world. And so these are his personal artworks when he's not working at the museum. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's doing the actual blowing through the steel tube, inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. This also is very typical of the Venetian style. Yes? Okay, when you buy a set of glasses from Target, are they made like this? No. There are industrial glass blowing machines that blow into metal molds, and that's the kind of stuff that you would get at Target. This is the very old-fashioned, high-end way of doing things. How do they get the glass as hot as it could get? We use natural gas, like a gas stove, that kind of burner, except it's much bigger and hotter than the burner on your stove. Well, we can't. The furnaces have to stay on 24/7 because if we turn the furnace off, the big pot of glass will solidify in there and it'll tear up the inside of the furnace and ruin it. What? No, that's something we wouldn't want. No. Now, if we ever have to turn the furnaces off, we have to scoop out all the glass before we turn it off and then cool it down very slowly so we don't crack the ceramic pot. So Jack's coming over with what we call a bit, then winds it on, and he's going to make a shape called an avolio. We put up the goblet anatomy. So if you look up on the big screen, there's our little anatomy chart, and there's a little spindle shape that goes underneath the bowl of the goblet. You can see them here, here. Those are called avolios, A-V-O-L-I-O. Thank you. Yes. How they achieve the symmetry? Well, I mean, it's similar to working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins on center, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. And if you do that right, it comes out even. Yes, when you first start out blowing glass, you make everything crooked. And as you get better at it, you make it straight. Yes. What is this? What about the suitcase? What is it? All the glass blowers carry their tools in old-fashioned suitcases. It started with Dale Chihuly when he was a young artist and they didn't have much money. They would go to thrift shops and buy old-fashioned suitcases to carry their tools in, and that became a tradition. And now, not everybody, but almost everybody carries their tools in an old suitcase. So now Ben is thinning out the lip of the goblet bowl. We stretch it out with a pair of tweezers, and then we come back with a pair of shears and trim off that thick glass. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. Yes. Well, there's two kinds of ovens. There's the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces run approximately 2100 degrees, and the glory holes run at approximately 2300 degrees. All the glory holes are the same. All the furnaces are the same. We want the glory holes a little bit hotter so we can heat things up quickly. The furnaces are basically on simmer like a pot of soup on your stove. So it's a low heat that just keeps it at a constant temperature. Yes? What's the difference between glass and crystal? Crystal is a type of glass. They're both glass. Crystal is a type of glass that contains between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass denser, and because it's denser, it bends light a little more, and because it bends light a little more, it looks more sparkly. But they're both glass. No. In the olden days, the lead glasses were the only way to get really clear, tint-free glass. But nowadays, with modern raw materials, we can make a glass that's every bit as clear and sparkly as lead crystal. So there's really no reason to use it anymore. Also, you have to deal with lead, and lead is toxic. Yes. How long does it take to what? Oh, how long does it take the glass to cool down? There's two answers to that. If we just take the glass and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it'll be cool in 20 minutes, but it will break. If we keep it, we put it in one of these ovens, and then we cool it very slowly overnight. And if we cool it slowly, it doesn't break. Sayuri is bringing a bit, a little dollop of molten glass, then winds it on and shapes it. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 and under, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you can't draw right now, you can grab one entry form for each kid, and you can do them at home and mail them in. Can we put up some of the stills, kids design stills? You can see just a small selection of things we've done from the kids' drawings. There's also a whole exhibit out in our main lobby of sculptures made from the kids' drawings. Yeah, okay. How come the rods don't get don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe? There's a couple of things going on. One, the rods are very long. When you think about your own home, you think about a frying pan, and the handle gets hot. That handle's 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so there's a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Also, once you coat the end of the rod with glass, glass is an insulator, and so it's no longer exposed to the direct heat of the furnace. So we're going to add a little disc at the base of the stem. Over to the right, Jack is going to blow another bubble, and we're going to use that bubble to make the foot. So Jack's going to get his bubble really hot and soft. And he's going to bring it to Ben. We'll hold it up in the air. We'll let it droop down onto the stem. We'll cut it off in a teardrop. We're going to heat that teardrop up, and then we're going to cut that in half. This is called a blown foot, and this is a classic Venetian style foot. Yes, does the glass hang out in a bowl in the furnace? Yes, it hangs out in a bowl in the furnace, but no, we don't scoop it. We dip it in and twirl it like you're dipping into a jar of honey, those old wooden honey dippers. Can we put up the furnace diagram? Can we put up the furnace diagram? Okay, so That's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. 1,000 pounds is not as much as you think because glass is extremely heavy. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So 1,000 pounds of glass is a block that's 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot deep. That weighs 1,000 pounds. Like honey in that thing. So you take this pipe, dip it in, just swirl it around, and glass collects around the edge.
What part of the process will they tint?
Well, you really only color on that stuff when you first cook it up in the crack. So you take the raw ingredients from the glass, sand, soda ash, and lime. You cook them up with cobalt, glass, tin white, a little bit of gold, a little bit of red. Yeah. We buy colored glass, and we buy it already colored like an artist would buy a tube of paint, and we coat our clear bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. So we're getting ready to assemble the goblet. Sayuri walks across and gives Ben a little tiny dab of molten glass. Jack comes over with the bowl. That little hot bit of molten glass will glue the two parts together. We give the pipe a tap, and the goblet is assembled. We'll heat that up a couple of more times and just make sure everything's on there straight. And then we'll put the glass in that big black oven, the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Just to hold stuff while we're working. How many? I'd say probably maybe 12 or 14 goblets. I used to blow glass. I don't blow glass anymore. I'm a glass painter. I do enameling on glass. Got all sorts of things. Today I'm a tour glass.
When you put it in the
Annealer.
yeah,
Yeah.
it makes
Yeah, the purpose is for the electric oven. You keep it at a constant temperature all day long. Put everything in there. And then at night, it has a little programmable thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight.
so it's like when you in the day before you turn it, you start cooling down. How hot is it?
It's a little different for each type of glass, but for our glass, it's 925 degrees.
Okay.
And at that temperature, the glass is hard. It doesn't melt or change shape.
Is that how hot the glass is when you put it in, or is that how
We usually put it in at about 1,000,
Okay.
and the oven is at 925, and eventually the whole thing evens out. And we can keep it at that temperature forever. But when the oven is full, then we turn on the program thermostat, and it slowly turns it down overnight. Thanks for coming in, guys. The big furnace where we melted is also clear. Can't roll red. What? Yeah, black and dark, still way flat. Making goblets, those fancy glasses that you see on the pedestal. You know about our contest routine? Oh, right, wow. What'd you draw? Whoa. Pretty dramatic.
This is my first time.
What?
This is my first time in here.
Oh. I wish you luck. Hope you win the contest.
So everyone is blowing glass here. Are they
The no, it's a professional thing. They're all professionals. These over there, we have a little workshop for people, our visitors to try glass blowing, and so some of the students from the local glass blowing program in Tacoma Public Schools walk them through making simple objects. People at the center bench here, they're all professionals.
so they how does it work? Do they like rent the space?
No, they're employees. They get paid.
And then they sell these.
This is
in
their
a-
job.
No, I mean, but then they sell it in a gift shop.
The museum sells it. They're workers. They don't.
Do you have something I can buy off you right now?
Nope. There's a gift shop at the hall. Now I mean, these guys right now are making goblets that'll go in our gift shop.
Right,
So
but it's
they're not
more for
selling
like
them at their own.
It's not like their own art.
No, this is they're working for the museum. They're employees, 40 hours a week, yada yada. The guy who's leading our team today, he's been blowing glass for 30 years. They can do their own projects when the museum is closed. Yeah, they do their own artwork when they have on Monday and Tuesday when the museum is closed. Oh, it's all over the place. I mean, we get commissions. We have make stuff for the store. Guest artists come in from all over the world, and the guest artist decides what to make. We do all sorts of things. So these three people that you see that are working on the goblets, they're all full-on professional glass blowers. They're being employed by the Hey, does Kitty have a name? Music. That's an interesting name for a kitty. The alarm has gone off. after we're finished, this bowl, goblet bowl, I'm gonna place it in the garage. The garage is that silver oven with the curved side. We'll keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the whole goblet. Yeah, that's for people who've never touched glass before. It's a little workshop to just try it. So it's not really a whole class. It's just they welcome to you making something simple. The guys in the center, these guys are all professionals. Fancy. Yeah.
What's the earliest historical glass humans made, do you think?
Okay, what's the earliest glass? For the earliest man-made glass we know of dates back to about 2300 BC. And it was just small solid things like amulets and beads. The first glass blowing dates back to about 50 or 75 BC, so, you know, over 2,000 years later. And that would, we think it started in the area where Syria and Lebanon are now. So it's a Middle Eastern art. Yep. All the early kilns ran on wood. All wood burning. We keep the molten glass at 2100 degrees.
2100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. 1150 Celsius. It's about as hot as the hottest volcano. That gives you a little idea. So volcanoes run from about 1700 to about 2100. Some different volcanoes, you know, are different temperatures, but the highest is around 2100, and that's the same temperature as one of our furnaces. Well, there's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, that have the tanks of molten glass in them. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So those run at about 2100 degrees, a little more, a little less. And the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those run at about 2300 degrees. We want to go, can we put up the glass furnace again? Hold it up there for a minute. These guys are taking pictures. It's not really as much energy as you would think, because we're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, like a typical house might use 12,000 cubic feet of air. You're heating that up to 68 degrees. We're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000. So it kind of evens out a little bit because we're heating up a very small space to a high temperature. So it's not really as much energy as you would think. What do you mean, the building? No, the building is meant to be a giant chimney. So you have a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Just like a chimney in your house, the hot air rises, it goes out the top. There are. Our furnaces have what's called recuperators, and we use the products of combustion, from the fire, as it goes up, it heats the incoming air, and that reduces the amount of energy it takes to combust. And we get back probably 25 or 30% of the energy we put into it. Do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you.
A little more metal. Now in the center, we're making the bowl of a goblet. We make the bowls, the round parts that you drink out of, separately. We place them in the silver oven here, keep them warm. Then we'll build the stem and the foot, and we'll stick the bowls on top. So we're just about done with this bowl, goblet bowl. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in this silver oven called the garage, where it'll be kept warm until we're ready to assemble the whole goblet. Does anybody have any questions? They're thin, elaborate stems and stuff. I mean, they have a certain look. I don't know how to describe it better than that. I mean, this kind of stuff is typical Venetian. In the center, Jack in the black shirt and jeans is preparing some glass for Ben. He's make a little bubble. We're going to make a hollow stem, which we call a chicken bone. It looks kind of like a drumstick almost. Anybody have any questions? So right now in the center, Ben is working on the stem of the goblet. So today we're making goblets. You can see some examples over on two pedestals. We're making them in parts. So we'll make the bowls of the goblets first, the part you drink out of. Then we'll put the bowls in this oven here, keep them warm. We'll construct the stem and the foot. And then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. Right now he's working on a stem. We have some new faces here in the audience, so I'm just going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up at the big screen, we have a little diagram that shows you what our furnace looks like inside. Each furnace has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at about 2100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of these steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, a ball of glass blows up like a balloon. So you see, Jack just stuck his pipe into the molten glass. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The glass that he's working with is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So Jack, in the black shirt and jeans, is making a bubble, which we're going to use to make the foot of the goblet, this part right here. You see that one person is blowing as the other person sitting at the bench shapes it. So we drop the bubble onto the stem. This is called a blown foot. We cut it off into a teardrop shape. We'll heat up that teardrop. And we're going to cut that in half. We'll give it a squeeze in the middle with a tool called the jacks. And then we're going to bust off the pointy part. So this leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a little hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will be, it'll look like this. have any questions?
Are these all same kind of furnaces or are they different? Like the one,
Two different kinds.
two different kinds, right?
There's the glass furnaces, the ones that have the big tanks of molten glass in them. Then there's the glory holes. Glory holes are the round ones where the doors open. Those are for heating soft glass. Won't work. There's no glass.
I see. So there's no glass in this because they look different.
Yeah. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So that's what the glory holes look like. Just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's straight ahead. That has the big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. There's sort of two answers to that. You can really only color the glass itself when you first cook it up from scratch. It's like baking a cake. You make it, get all the ingredients together and you make them, bake them. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Not all metals, but mostly metals. So if you cook up the glass with cobalt, it turns blue, chromium green, tin white. When we want to make, say, a red vase, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of red glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with red glass. We have a little video I can show you. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Well, anything you make by hand, you know. If we're going to make your shirt by hand.
Yeah, I started crocheting, so I definitely. It takes a lot more work than.
You'd have to weave the cloth, and then you'd have to cut out the pattern and sew it together.
Exactly.
My question is related to that. What is the normally manufactured glass?
There are not here in the United States. There are some in Europe that still have that kind of engraving. We don't have that. 12 cubic feet in the interior of the furnace to 2,000. So in the center now, Ben, tall guy with the black shirt and gray shorts, is taking his bubble and pressing it into a mold called the optic mold. The optic mold gives the glass a ridged texture. It doesn't give us the shape of the object, it just gives it a ridged texture. So right now, Ben is making the stem of the goblet. So this is called the bowl, this is the stem, this is the foot. So right now he's making the stem. He's working from the top down, so he's making that ribbed ball. We blow a bubble. We blow a bubble. Blow a bubble like this and make the shape of the goblet bowl. And we take another rod, put a little molten glass on it, stick it on the bottom, then break this one off, and that leaves a little hole here. So we widen that out. There's your bowl. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now Ben has spread that bubble out, and it makes the foot. We're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make sure it's nice and flat, and it'll sit nicely on the table. Thanks for coming in, guys. So next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We'll stick the punty on the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the pipe that it's on now. So right now, it's held like this. We'll grab it from the bottom. This part will be exposed, and then we'll pull a bowl out from this oven here and stick it on top. We made the bowls earlier. They've been staying warm in this oven here. I'm going to pull one out and stick it on top. getting ready to assemble the goblet. Ben, tall guy in the center, is going to sit down at the workbench with the stem and the foot. Sayuri, over on the right, is going to come over with a little dab of hot molten glass. We call this the glue bit because it's going to glue the two parts together. Jack comes over with the bowl. Give it a tap. And the goblet's assembled. We'll heat that up a couple of more times. Just make sure that everything's on there nice and straight. And then we'll take it off the metal rod and we'll place it in that big black oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The slow cooling process is called annealing, and it relieves all the stress in the glass and the glass doesn't break. If we were to take this now and just set it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. That wasn't supposed to happen. So Jack is going to save that bowl, put it back in the garage. We're going to have to make a new stem for it. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. Now we're putting on a little dot of color. Going to dab on a little bit, we call it, when we dab on a little molten glass. We'll do that again. And we'll make a little spindle-shaped decoration at the base of the goblet bowl. We're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold the bowl of the goblet from the bottom while we shape the top. Do you guys have any questions? So now I'm going to stretch out the top of our goblet bowl and trim some of the thick glass away. Going to blow a little air into the front end to make that shape fuller. widen the opening using a tool called the jacks. You press against the inside of that opening while it's hot and soft, and that makes it wider. We'll place the bowl in the garage, the silver oven with a curved side. And that'll keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the gun. stem of our goblet, the bowl, the part you drink out of. We made a little earlier this afternoon. It's sitting in this oven over here, and we're going to assemble the goblet. This assembly happens quite quickly. Ben will sit down at the workbench. Sayuri in the black shirt and pants will come over with a little bit of molten glass. We'll dab the tiniest bit of molten glass on top of the stem, followed quickly by Jack with the bowl. A little tap should release it. The goblet's assembled now. Heat it up once or twice more. Make sure everything's on there straight. And then we'll put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Give the pipe a little tap. The goblet comes off and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. We're going to make one more goblet. I think that's all we have time for. Anybody have any questions? Have you been here before? You have not. Okay.
We were wondering, we see the glass stemware.
Yeah.
And industrial processes, Libby, you buy a dozen stemware glasses. How similar is their industrial process to what we're seeing now?
Well, depends. Sometimes in an industry, they'll blow the bowls into a mold, and then there'll just be one guy who'll add the stems and the foot. Sometimes they can be made completely automatically with machines that just blow the glass into metal molds.
So are these glasses molded or are they shaped by your...
Everything is completely by hand and eye.
No mold.
No molds at all.
Good to know.
High school students are over there. We have a little kind of trial session. So if the visitors want to try glass blowing, and high school students work with our visitors, like the guy sitting at the bench, he's one of our visitors, not. And the high school students are from the local high school glass blowing program here in Tacoma. It's called the Hilltop Artist Program. On this bench, they're all professionals. They have their own program. We're not part of it, but we have a good relationship with their program. They have a glass shop in their high school, and so we've hired a number of them to walk the visitors through trying to make a piece of glass. The people who work on this bench are complete professionals, you know. What?
Are they on your staff?
Well, today we have 2 part-timers, Sayuri and Jack, and then the man sitting down behind the bench, he's one of our regular team of glass blowers. There's a lot of, we're coming towards the end of the year, there's a lot of people taking their vacations and stuff.
What are we watching now? Transpire.
We're making the bowl of the goblet. We're making a classical Venetian style called mezzo stampo, which is so we're making the bowl of the goblet, and this is a classic design where the ribs go kind of a third of the way up the bowl. It's called mezzo stampo. It means sort of half stamped, half pressed. So we make the bowls first. We'll put the bowls into that oven over there, keep them warm. Then we'll build the stem and the foot, and then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. 20 minutes. What? Yeah. Dips the pipe into the molten glass, and then he blows air into the tube, closes up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and blows out the first bubble automatically. So that's what he just did. Jack didn't meet his quality standards, so he's going to make the bowl over again.
She's just extracted.
Yes. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. There's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We dip the pipe in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, it blows up like a balloon. Well, we're not going to add any color to this. If you want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat the original bubble with colored glass. They would just dip into the blue glass and blow blue bubbles. But because we have only clear glass in our furnace, and so we blow a bubble of clear, and then we heat up a chunk of colored glass and coat the original bubble. The reason we do it this way is so that we can have any color anytime we want. Because if we filled up the thing with blue glass, we'd only make blue things. Right. If we coat each piece individually, we can make a red thing, a blue thing, a pink thing, whenever we want. open up the optic mold drawing. So if you look on the big screen, so it's a metal mold, cast mold. It has ridges on the inside. And we stuff the bubble in there, and the bubble comes out. It has the ridge texture. So it doesn't give us the final shape. It just makes the ridges.